Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Tylee Daybell. The jury is not present at this time. The court took under advisement separate motions yesterday relating to victim designations as well as two motions in limine, and set aside time this morning to make rulings on the record on those motions. So I'll note the defendant is present as well as defense counsel, the state present as well, prosecutors, and the court resolved the victim matter on the record yesterday. I do have rulings as it relates to the motions in limine this morning. So again, there were two motions filed, one on March 4th, one on March 14th by the state seeking introduction of statements that may be hearsay or may not. That's what was argued in the motion, and whether or not they'd be admissible. In terms of what is hearsay or is it hearsay, the Idaho rules of evidence define hearsay as a statement, oral or written, other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That quotes Idaho Rule of Evidence 801 A and C, and from a case Sandoval Tana 138 Idaho 911. The evidence has been objected to by the defense, and so there's a question for the court to resolve of whether or not this is inadmissible hearsay. There are general exceptions to some of the hearsay statements that are in the rules, and the court has to analyze those looking at rules 802, 803, and 804. And then so the court has to first determine whether statements are in fact hearsay, and second, whether there's any exception that allows them to be admitted. So the first matter we'll take up is the statement requested by the state in the first motion in limine filed March 4th. That is a statement of Janice Olson, and the state seeks to introduce an out-of-court statement made by Tammy Daybell to a coworker and friend, Janice Olson, somewhere around 6 weeks before the time Tammy Daybell passed away. The statement that the state seeks to introduce is quoted in the motion. That was a statement Tammy allegedly made to Janice Olson, quote, she would just, I'll read that again, quote, she would, comma, she'd just say, comma, my husband thinks I should up my insurance here at the end of my, comma, at the end of my career, comma, before I retire. He's thinking I should up my insurance. The state seeks to introduce that statement, has argued that a exception would apply permitting that under Rule 803.3. And under 803.3, that allows for statements that are citing from the rule, then existing mental, emotional, or physical conditions. And the state's argued that these would fit within a physical condition statement, talking about the health of Tammy Daybell at the time, and the state arguing that her health is something that goes to the statement, bringing it within 803.3 for that part of the exception, which does allow a statement such as bodily health is what's included in the rule, and a statement of the declarant's then existing physical condition. The defense argued against it, saying it simply talks about a financial decision that was being discussed and does not fit within 803.3. The court did some research on the issue, and 803 There's a case, State of Idaho versus Garcia, 102 Idaho 378, and talks about when 8033 may apply. Um, Talks about four areas. One, claims when there's claims of self-defense as a justification for killing, that would not apply here. Two is if there's a defense around a suicide allegation, that would not apply here. Three, claims killing was accidental, which there's no evidence that's in the theory of the case of either party here. And then four, when a specific mens rea is an issue. That specific mens rea issue in the conspiracy could be considered. However, upon weighing things out, both under 8033 and also under Rule 403, the court finds the statement is problematic for a few reasons. Number one, just reading through the statement again and precisely what the statement is, this talks about Tammy saying, quote, "My husband thinks I should up my insurance at the end of my career before I retire." And so, first of all, there's an issue there with when that would occur. There's some vagueness there. The testimony in the record so far is that uh, Tammy had not worked at the school all that long, a couple of years. There's no indication she was preparing for or nearing retirement. And this statement that insurance should be upped, quote, before she retires or at the end of her career, I think makes the statement vague as it would relate to evidence in this case. Also, under 8033, I don't find that this fits in one of those exceptions as the state has argued. It's not a statement about physical health. It's, I think, in the context here, would agree with the defense that it's really a statement about a financial decision. And so, based on that analysis, the court is going to exclude the statement on the motion in limine. The state would not be permitted to introduce that statement in the state's case in chief, as I would find it would be impermissible hearsay. However, that does not rule out it potentially coming in later, either in the form of impeachment or if somehow the defense were to open the door to make the statement again relevant for impeachment or other purposes. So that's going to be the ruling as to the state's first motion in limine, denying the motion without prejudice to have it re-raised if it comes up in either impeachment or from the door being opened by the defense. The next motion had two separate statements that were sought to be introduced. And this is the March 14th motion. The first statement is a statement where Tammy Daybell told Janet Anderson that Chad had told Tammy, quote, "she is a zombie." And the state indicates that statement was made sometime late August up until October of 2019. So there's multiple layers of this statement. What Chad said to Tammy, Tammy said to Janet. When the court has gone through the analysis of this, it may be permissible on Chad's statement under statement of a party opponent or under Rule 801 D2B. That part may not be hearsay. However, then Tammy telling it to Janet, I think clearly does become hearsay when you get into the multiple layers of the statement there. The issue the court has in addition there is the timing, quite frankly, of the disclosure, noting and agreeing with what the state argued that sometimes even on the stand, witnesses will suddenly say things they hadn't reported to officers, and it's still maybe credible and truthful, and the jury can decide that. However, in this case, looking at the fact that it is a hearsay statement, apparently this witness was interviewed first about 4 years ago, May of 2020, and then the statement just came up in March of 2024, almost 4 years later. That is a concern. Further, the actual statements and how they were made were, uh, the brief said, were attached as an exhibit B to the motion. And to the court's knowledge, I don't have exhibit B, so I just don't know exactly what was being said. But looking at the multiple layers of hearsay here, I don't find that it's fitting in any exception to allow its admission in the state's case in chief. And also, I think it's problematic, the timing of when the statement occurred and was disclosed. And so the court is going to preclude the admission of that statement from Janet Anderson about, quote, she is a zombie. Also noting that the statement, even when it was made, at least according to the motion, was sometime over a 3 or 4 month period, which again, I think goes to the credibility of the statement of the court weighing out whether or not this would be a statement that would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial under a 403 balancing. So the court is going to exclude that statement from Janet Anderson. Again, though, it may become admissible in impeachment, or if the defense somehow opens the door to bring that back in. But in terms of the state's case in chief, it won't be permitted to be brought in as being inadmissible hearsay. The last statement in the second part of the March 14th motion in limine relates to a statement that the state seeks to introduce from a witness, Pam Peebles, who was a coworker with Tammy Daybell, and the statement that Tammy told her, quote, "This is the best I have ever felt in my life," and that, quote, she was excited about getting ready for a race. That's a statement purported to have been made 2 days before Tammy's death. The court does find that that particular statement, I think, clearly fits within 8033, which allows an exception to hearsay for a then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing physical condition, such as bodily health, is permitted, and that is a statement clearly about her health and would fall within the 8033 exception. And also on a 403 balancing, its probative value is not outweighed by unfair prejudice. This is an issue that's already been raised by other witnesses, and a defense has crossed those witnesses, also further bringing up the issue of what was Tammy's health at the time before she died. The statement's also made in a narrow enough time frame to make it relevant as well, so the court will permit the statement from Pam Peebles if the state wishes to introduce that in its case in chief. So those are the rulings on each of those three evidentiary matters. Does the state have any questions on the rulings, Mr. Wixom? Any questions from the defense?
No, Judge. Thank you for your time and effort in this matter.
Okay, thank you. We'll just issue a very brief order referencing the court's findings on the record on those matters. So that's in the case. That'll conclude the ruling for this morning then. In terms of getting going on evidence, I'm not sure where if the jurors were coming in late, or would they be ready to be brought into the courtroom now?
Fine, we're ready to go.
Okay. If the parties are ready, we said we'd start at 9. We're a little early. Is the state okay to proceed, or do you need a minute?
I think we need a moment, Your Honor.
Okay, so you want to just start evidence at 9 o'clock?
If we could do that, Your Honor, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, and that's what I mentioned yesterday, so we'll go ahead and get on the record at 9 with further evidence. We'll take a brief recess until then. I will note to the parties also, I did receive the juror affirmations from all the jurors this morning, and they're all here and have signed their affirmations, so we'll get started at 9 o'clock.
All rise. All rise. District Court's again in session.
All right, if we could please have the jurors brought in.
All right, please. Here's our President County for your honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bailiff, please be seated. All right, good morning. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing evidence in the state's case in chief. We left off yesterday with Detective Kaya Kamanu on the stand in direct examination. I believe the state's still proceeding with more direct. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, if you'd like to continue with testimony, Detective Kaya Kamanu is here. You can go ahead and take the stand and we'll allow you to continue on direct. I will note also, I received all of the juror affirmations and the jury is all here properly seated. So thank you again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for continuing to follow the court's instructions as you retire home each night. And with that, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can continue with your direct.
Your Honor, may I be handed back State's Exhibit 107B?
Yes.
Detective Kaikamanu, when we left off yesterday, we had been talking about some searches linked to a Homer J. Maximus account. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you had prepared an exhibit summarizing some of the searches that you located on that account. Is that correct?
yes,
Your Honor, I believe we left off with the state having asked permission to publish State's 107B.
Yeah, we had the tech issue. I believe and hope that's all been sorted out. They worked on it for a while, so I think we've got things working. If those monitors don't work, also please make an indication, jurors, and you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment, let's see if I can get this fixed. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry about that. Detective Kaikamanu, does this look like the start of the PowerPoint presentation that you created?
Yes,
And can you remind the jury, who was that Homer J. Maximus account ultimately associated with?
Alex Cox.
And if we turn to the first slide, can you see the date on there?
Yes,
And what date is that?
October 8th, 2019.
And can you remind the jurors when the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell occurred?
October 9th, 2019.
What is it about these searches on October 8th that caught your attention?
These searches, Alex Googled the 100-yard drop to 200 and 100 to 300.
And when we talk about a drop, can you explain what that is?
During shooting and sighting in your rifle with your scope, depending on how far you're out in yardage, a lot of times you will dial in that scope to a precise point of impact of your bullet. The drop of the bullet, the further you're out, the drop of the bullet tends to go down a little bit.
So essentially the idea being that from where you're standing, that's going to be where the bullet will go and where it will ultimately land or hit a target.
Correct.
And also in there, it looks like it was a 6.5 Grendel specifically.
Yes.
What kind of gun was recovered from an apartment associated with Alex Cox?
Alexander Arms 6.5 Grendel.
And then it looks like there's another date on there, October 9th of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's some additional searches there. What about those caught your attention?
He searches just different uppers for ARs, muzzle energy brake of a 6.5 Grendel, and frog sizing of frog tog pants.
And breaking those down a little bit and actually going back to October 8th, was there anything else other than it being the 6.5 Grendel that stood out to you with these particular searches?
Not at this time to me, no.
And then on the October 9th, we've talked about the 6.5 Grendel. What about the frog tog sizing caught your attention?
There were some frog togs purchased on this same day at a different location.
And from your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to where those frog togs may have been purchased?
Yes,
And where was that?
Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Did you learn anything in relation or review anything in relation to where a device associated with Alex Cox was located that same day?
Yes,
And where was that?
Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Do you know what color those frog tog pants were?
Black.
And then when we go to the next slide, can you read the date of these searches into the record?
October 10th, 2019.
And can you explain what about these searches stood out to you?
On this day was after the attempted shooting on Tammy Daybell. And the next day, he is searching if an AR functions in cold weather, how an AR functions in cold weather. Hornady one shot shooting in cold weather. Also had a prep your AR to shoot in cold weather. He also is searching if mag rings shrink in cold weather.
Do you reside around the Fremont County area?
I do.
Have you resided there for some time?
Yes.
What are Octobers generally like in that part of the state?
Microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Objection, Judge. It's calling for speculation. He's talking in generalities and he has no testimony and knowledge of what the weather was like at any time this particular year.
Your Honor, he testified that he lives in the area and has lived there for some time. I think it would be
I
within his
agree, and
personal
I'll-
knowledge.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. If you can answer.
Can you repeat that?
What are the Octobers generally like in that part of the state?
Octobers get fairly cold in that month. Sometimes prior to that month, Octobers in eastern Idaho are hit and miss.
Do you know what the temperature was on that day?
Believe it was 26 degrees.
Judge, I'd like some foundation as to how he knew that.
Ms. Blake, knowing the precise, I agree, degree temperature would require additional foundation.
Did you do anything to look into what the temperature was that day?
I did.
What did you do?
I Googled and got on to the National Weather Service and put in that date, October 9th, 2019, to see what the temperatures were during that day,
And what were the temperatures?
26 degrees.
And if we go to the next slide, can you read the date of these searches into the record?
October 12th, 2019.
What about these particular searches caught your attention?
So this was after the attempted shooting on October 9th. On this search, he is Googling how to attach a ghillie suit, a cover to a ghillie suit. He's also Googling if a 6.5 Grendel will shoot through a windshield. He Googles the penetration through Dodge Dakota, 2008 Dodge Dakota steel body thickness, the thickness on the doors of a 2008 Dodge Dakota, and the gauge thickness of, or how thick 22 gauge steel is.
And if we break these down a little bit, can you explain what a ghillie suit is?
A ghillie suit's used a lot in the military, snipers. It's a cover that they can use for cover while in the weeds, the brush, the trees, so they're not seen.
And what about a 2008 Dodge Dakota stood out?
Tammy Daybell and Chad Daybell had a 2004 Dodge Dakota registered to them.
And again, a 6.5 Grendel was recovered from an apartment associated with Alex Cox.
Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you also look at some shooting range records?
I did.
Do you recall which shooting range you reviewed records from?
It was a sportsman's club located in St. Anthony, Idaho.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 396 and 396A. Your Honor, I just handed the bailiff a courtesy copy for defense counsel, a copy for the court, and a courtesy copy for Your Honor.
All right.
And Detective Kaikemano, if you just look through those particularly Exhibit 396A. And Your Honor, while he's looking through those, I believe these are a stipulated to exhibit. The first exhibit 396 would be the affidavit of business records, and exhibit 396A would be the actual logs.
That is correct, Judge.
All right. Those have been offered now and admitted. So 396 and 396A are both admitted exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Detective, do those appear to be the records that you reviewed?
Yes,
Were you able to determine whether or not it appeared Alex Cox had been at that gun range?
yes.
And what did you determine?
Alex Cox didn't sign in as Alex Cox on these sheets. He did sign in as C Quint, which C Quint, or I should say CP Quint, is the license plate on his Ford F-150 truck. So on the sign-on sheet, the only letter that's missing in that is the P.
And were you able to determine how many times this C. Quint or Alex Cox had visited that gun range?
Yes,
How many times had he visited?
5 times through October 7th to the 15th of 2019.
And again, the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell was which day?
October 9th, 2019,
And what day was Tammy Daybell pronounced dead?
October 19th, 2019.
As part of your investigation, did you also review some data recovered from a phone associated with Tammy Daybell?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 108. It is a affidavit of business records in relation to Tammy Daybell's phone.
Thank you.
Give us a moment, Miss Blake. We're gonna verify the number here. I think we've already got 108 admitted.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes, actually, let me have the bailiff hand you the admitted exhibit for your review. Yeah.
All right, Your Honor, I think we have sorted that out. So State's Exhibit 108 was already admitted.
Yes.
The state would ask to have the witness shown State's Exhibit 291. Do you recall reviewing that particular email?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, there is a stipulation to admit the contents of Tammy Daybell's phone. This is one of the items retrieved from her phone. So the state would move for admission of Exhibit 291.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 291 is admitted.
And Your Honor, the state would ask for permission to publish.
You can publish.
And Detective, are you able to see who sent this email?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tammy Daybell from tammy.daybell@gmail.com.
And are you able to see who it was sent to?
Yes.
And who is that?
Mark Daybell at mark.daybell@missionary.org.
And can you see the date that this shows it as having been sent?
Yes. On 10/13/2019 at 2:38, or correction, 2:23:18.
And Your Honor, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Okay, thank you.
And Detective, this was sent just 4 days after that attempted shooting, is that correct?
Correct.
And when we look at that second paragraph, are you able to see approximately what time Tammy says she arrived home that night?
Yes, approximately 9:15.
And are you able to see in there, actually, let me back up. Can you read the last couple sentences there, starting with "I looked up"?
I looked up thinking it was Dad or Garth to help me carry stuff in. Nope, it was a guy dressed all in black with a ski mask on, pointing a rifle at me.
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. And Detective Kaikamanu, could you read the paragraph starting with, "I think I was," that first full paragraph into the record?
I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, "What do you think you were doing?" Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top. The guy started pulling the trigger, and I could hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. He stayed standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I just kept asking him what he thought he was doing. At that point, I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door and he didn't step towards me or even say anything. The scared part came after when my brain thought of things that could have happened.
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
All right.
And Detective Kaikamanu, could you read the last sentence of that second paragraph, starting with "on Thursday night"?
On Thursday night, though, I didn't go to Zumba because I was quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
And I'm going to go back to that paragraph that we were looking at previously. In there, Tammy refers to the paintball gun as a rifle. Is that correct?
Correct?
And she specifically references a hopper.
Yes.
And that's in reference to why she thought it was maybe a paintball gun.
Yes.
She also indicates the guy started pulling the trigger. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this, do you see where she indicates that she was scared?
Yes,
And in that last sentence that we just talked about, she indicated she was scared to go out alone the next night.
yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 281A. It was admitted yesterday.
Okay, you can publish.
And Detective, we talked about this firearm yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And where was this recovered from?
This was recovered from Alex Cox's apartment.
And can you remind the jurors what type of firearm this is?
This is an Alexander Arms 6.5 Grendel.
And I think you have a pointer up there. But when we just looked at that email from Tammy, she specifically references a hopper or what she thought might be a hopper on the firearm. Can you again explain where on this firearm, if this were a paintball gun, where the hopper would be located?
Again, like I was referencing yesterday, the scope is on the top of the rail of the gun right here. On a paintball gun, it comes off right on the side and up, right there.
So the hopper would be around the same location as this scope.
Yes,
We saw some searches about drilling a baffle to make a suppressor. Can you talk a little bit about what a suppressor is?
a suppressor is a device that can be screwed onto the end of rifles, handguns, miniguns that will make the bullet coming out quiet. Um, Sometimes people make homemade suppressors, which they have to drill holes. And you can also buy those wiggly.
Where on the firearm would you attach the suppressor?
The suppressor is attached right on the end of the barrel right there.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 281C.
You may.
Detective, do you recognize that photo?
Yes,
And did you in fact take that photo?
yes.
And what is it a photo of?
This is a photo of the end of the rifle.
A close-up photo?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 281C.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Exhibit 281C is admitted.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish?
Yes.
And officer or detective, can you tell us what we're seeing on the end of that gun?
So at the end of the rifle right there, it's threaded. Um, a lot of times there's muzzle brakes on there, or you can take that muzzle brake off and thread a suppressor onto that.
Detective Kaikamanu, through your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to whether or not Alex Cox was in the area of the Daybell residence on October 9th?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
A device associated with Homer J. Maximus.
Judge, foundation.
It's like,
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kaikamanu, as part of your investigation, did you review reports of other investigators?
Yes,
And did you discuss the matter with other investigators?
yes,
And through your discussion and review, did you learn anything or review anything in relation to the location of a device associated with Alex Cox on October 9th of 2019?
yes,
Did you learn anything in relation to a device being in the area of the Daybell residence?
yes.
What did you learn?
On October 9th, 2019, a device that was associated with Alex Cox, known as Homer J. Maximus, was located going up and turning next to the Daybell residence and driving and making a turn and going back around the Daybell residence. This time frame was about 4:55 p.m. to 5:03 p.m.
So 4 hours or so before the attempted shooting.
Yes,
And later in the day, that same device was at Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls. Is that correct?
yes,
Detective Kaikamanu, are you aware if any paintball guns were located in the residence associated with Alex Cox?
not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware if there were any other calls on October 9th that you found in relation to anyone else reporting a masked man pointing a rifle at them?
I did not find any.
You aware of any other reports around that time about a masked man pointing a paintball gun at anyone?
No,
So to the best of your knowledge, this was an isolated incident around this time?
yes,
Do you recall reviewing anything in relation to some geofence location data?
yes.
What dates did you review that in relation to?
I got those geofence warrants through October 18th into October 19th, 2019.
And again, what day was Tammy pronounced deceased?
October 19th, 2019.
Did you end up receiving responsive data in relation to the geofence?
I did.
Which specific locations did you ask for that data for October 18th to October 19th?
I did two fences, one located at 202 North, 1900 East, which is Chad and Tammy Daybell's residence. And then I did another one at 3462 Salem Highway, which is the LDS Church, just 2.6 miles south of the Daybell residence.
And with those geofence warrants, were you looking for a specific perimeter radius on those?
Yes, I did 150 meters.
And can you tell us a little bit about what data you initially got back in your request to those?
So when I requested information for data on any device coming through those through the geofences, I got a response from Google with a bunch of Google identification numbers.
What did you then do with those identification numbers? Can you talk us through that process?
So when we write a warrant like that, Google will send back the numbers that have been going through through the geofences. They don't come back with any names. And so we then had to write another warrant with those numbers to try and find out the associated name to those devices or those numbers.
Did you locate some specific numbers that you did something with.
I did.
How many numbers caught your attention in that initial response?
So the time I had the geofence warrants up, there were 4 numbers that had gone through both geofence warrants or locations.
Did you do anything to follow up on those 4 numbers?
I did.
What did you do?
I met with Detective Stubbs, who at the time worked with Rexburg PD, and he has knowledge on how the geofence works. And we went through the numbers. 2 of the numbers,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There hasn't been sufficient foundation to where this knowledge has come from. I've been somewhat patient.
Sustained.
Detective Kaikamanu, did you send in a second search warrant in relation to these geofence?
yes,
And did you receive responsive information?
yes,
And how many numbers did you request additional information for?
4.
And you were talking about having met with Detective Stubbs. Did Detective Stubbs initially recognize anything about those 4 numbers?
Judge, objection, that would call for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Well, I would re-ask. I think it was just going to elicit hearsay.
Did you learn anything in relation to those 4 numbers prior to getting the second return?
I did, yes.
And what did you learn?
Judge, again, it may call for hearsay.
Your Honor, this goes for why the officer did what he did next in his investigation, not for the truth of the matter.
Overruled. You can answer.
I learned that one of the numbers that had come back in my geofence warrant, Detective Stubbs already had that number, which was associated with Alex Cox on a different warrant that Detective Stubbs had wrote and got information back.
And in relation to the other 3 numbers, did you end up receiving responsive data on who those devices were associated with?
I did.
Did you do follow-up on that?
I got a hold of 2 of them. One of them I could not get a hold of.
What were you able to determine in relation to those other 3 numbers?
One of them lives in the Parker area, which is north of Chad Daybell's residence. And the other one lives on Trapper Lane, which is also north of the Daybell residence.
So would it have been normal for their devices to be in that area?
Yes.
In relation to the device associated with Alex Cox, what did you learn regarding that device?
The device that was associated with Alex Cox and Homer J. Maximus, and looking through the data, the night of October 18th, 2019, that device was at the Salem Church at 10:04 that night, or 10:05 p.m.
Sometime just after 10?
Correct.
Do you know how long the device showed as being located in that vicinity?
In correctional time, I believe it was 10:07 p.m. and it showed him there until 10:45 p.m.
And when we're talking about a geofence warrant, do you know what type of data they're looking at as far as placing a device there?
I believe that is off Wi-Fi and GPS.
So with the geofence, it's located there until 10:45 p.m. of October 18th, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn anything else in relation to that device as far as any later time that night?
That device shuts off or goes dormant and is no longer there. And it is later picked up at 11:53, roughly 7 miles south of the church.
Judge, could we identify what church he's talking about?
And is this the same church that you previously referenced?
Correct, the Salem Church.
And again, how far is the Salem Church from the Daybell residence?
2.6 miles.
So we know a device associated with Alex Cox is there from 10:07 to 10:45 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct,
And from there, we're not sure where the device is
correct,
until 11:53 p.m.
Correct.
And at 11:53 PM, can you remind us again where that's located?
It was located about 7 miles south of the Salem Church on Highway 20.
Through your investigation, did you learn who the last person besides Chad Daybell to see Tammy would have been?
Garth Daybell.
And through your investigation, did you learn where Garth Daybell was on the night of October 18th of 2019? Or yeah, October 18th of 2019?
He was at work.
Through your investigation, did you learn if he was at work all night?
I believe he got off around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Do you know where he was working?
He worked at that time, he was working at the Haunted Mill.
And what is the Haunted Mill?
It's October. The Haunted Mill is a haunted, scary attraction.
And it's seasonal.
Seasonal, yes.
When you looked at that geofence, did you get any return on a device associated with Chad Daybell?
No,
Not at either location.
no.
Did you later learn where Chad had indicated he was on October 18th into the morning hours of October 19th?
From other deputies' reports, he had told them that he had been home.
And yet no device was located in relation to Chad Daybell.
Correct.
So in your review, there's location data placing a device associated with Alex Cox near the Daybell residence on October 9th of 2019, correct?
Yes,
And on the night of October 18th of 2019?
yes.
Were you able to find any connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
No,
Were you able to determine who Alex Cox knew in that area?
at that time, no. The only person that I was aware of would be Chad Daybell.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of some emails from Charles Vallow that he'd sent to, an email that he sent to Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Did you also become aware of an email Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell?
yes.
Do you recall what the content or what the gist of the email that he sent to Tammy was about?
The email that was sent to Tammy was on June 29th, 2019. And Charles was reaching out to her school address, email address, and telling her that he had some information about an affair going on. He didn't go into too much detail because he didn't want to explain all that over email. And left Tammy his number to have Tammy call him.
Were able to determine whether or not Tammy Daybell had contact with Charles Vallow?
I was not able to confirm that.
And in relation to the email Charles sent to Chad Daybell, do you recall the gist or content of that?
Yes.
And what was that about?
So Charles sent on the same day an email to Chad telling Chad that he was aware of what was going on between him and his wife. And Chad needed to tell his wife or Charles was going to expose them. He was also aware that Lori had sent him some dance videos of her, and that was inappropriate.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether Chad and Lori were married?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I learned that they got married November 5th, 2019.
And again, Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you know when her funeral was?
October 22nd, 2019.
So just 3 days later.
Yes.
And I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Cross-examination.
Judge, would you like me to start or do you want to take a break?
Why don't you go ahead and start and we'll take a break here in about 20 minutes or so, if that works. Can we have the microphone, please?
Officer, if you would allow me to either call you Officer K or I'm going to mispronounce your name for the next 20, 25 minutes.
That Officer K is okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, officer, you took the liberty of let me find this. Going through talking about your report about the emails between Mark Daybell and Tammy. Is that right?
Yes.
And Judge, I believe that was Exhibit 291. And if I could have 291.
Yes, we'll have the bailiff hand that to you or to the witness, Mr. Pryor,
Okay.
which,
Just to me. And Judge, if I could have permission to just publish.
you may publish that.
And officer, if you could tell me the date of that email.
10/13/2019.
Okay. And then that was obviously Dear Markey, that would be Tammy's son.
Yes.
Okay. And the very first sentence, it said, on Wednesday during the day, a lady pulled into the Price's driveway, grabbed their dog, drove off, right?
Yes.
And then she went on to talk about what transpired about that and about where they tried to locate where the lady lived. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from your investigation, were you able to determine where Regan Price lives?
Yes.
Where's Regan Price live?
Regan Price lives directly south of Chad Daybell's house.
Okay, and then that would be directly east of Joe Murray's house.
Correct. Yes.
So if we have if we can visualize this, we have Chad Daybell's property. And approximately how big is Chad Daybell's property? Do you know?
Not aware of that.
Okay, it's a more than an acre.
Yes.
Okay. And directly across the street from Chad Daybell's property is another house, correct?
Yes.
And then kitty corner to the south and to the west would be Joe Murray, right?
Yes.
And directly southeast of Chad's property would be Regan Price. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so 4 houses all kitty corner from each other. And this is more of a rural setting. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And the houses are all on larger plots of property, correct?
Yes.
But the houses themselves are relatively close in terms of location. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All of the houses on that particular corner, we heard on the 911, there was something about a flashing yellow light. And on that very corner, that's where all the four residences are located, pretty much on the corner of each of those, that intersection, right?
Yes,
Okay, so relatively close together are these homes that we've established that, right?
yes,
Okay, so one of the close neighbors is this lady by the name of Regan Price, correct?
yes.
And she talked about how somebody um, pulled into their driveway and grabbed their dog. Do you recall when that took place?
Well, in this email, she's writing it on the 13th about the night of the attempted shooting, so I'm assuming it was on the 9th.
Okay, so if you look at the very first line to her, she's writing this on the 13th to her son, which was a short time after the paintball incident. Um, She says on Wednesday, during the day with Reagan outside. So can we presume that it was that Wednesday of that week?
Yes,
Okay. So at that point, somebody grabbed Reagan Price's dog, took off, stole the dog and disappeared, correct?
yes,
And then now she says on the same day, you look down below to the second paragraph, right? You see that?
Yep. yes,
She was coming home from clogging. It was about 9:15 and she backed into the driveway. Okay. So the nose of her car was facing out of the driveway, correct?
yes,
Now, what I'd like to know is, you've been out to the house, right?
yes.
And how long of a driveway is that?
The front driveway, and I haven't measured it, but maybe,
I can make it easier for you if we could do it in
Yeah.
terms of an analysis. Would you be able to park 3 cars back to back in that driveway and not have any of them sticking out into the road?
maybe 2.5 to 3, yeah.
Okay, 2.5 to 3 cars maybe,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so and from your experience as a police officer, do you know the length of what the average automobile would be?
I am not aware of that.
Okay, but if we took the size of an average automobile and we multiplied it times 2.5, that's how much space we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And if you were looking at this bench in front of us, how many cars would you say could, were the jury sitting, how many cars could you push back to back in front of this bench?
Probably about 2.
Okay, so if we're asking about 2.5, would it be fair to say that the driveway was from the end of that bench to where this officer is?
Possibly.
Okay, so that's the length of the driveway. And at that point, from what I understand, according to this document, to Mark, she was getting some items out of the back seat and realized someone was at the back of the car. So she backed her car in and someone was behind her car. That would be near the garage. Is that the way you're reading that?
Behind her car, yes.
Okay, so someone was behind her car near the garage. She looked up thinking it was Dad or Garth to help her. Nope, it was a guy dressed in black with a ski mask on, pointing a rifle at me. And she did say the word rifle, didn't she?
Yes,
Okay. Then she went on to talk about that she was in shock because what do you think you were doing? Then the next line was starting with then. Would you read that next line for me?
then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top.
Okay. Now, you know what a hopper is, right?
Yes,
You've seen a hopper?
yes,
You know a hopper is different than a rifle scope, right?
yes,
And you know that, Judge, I'm gonna. So in any event, you know that a hopper is a little different than a rifle scope, right?
Yes,
And you know that a hopper is a large composite of some kind container, right?
it's plastic container.
A big
Yes,
plastic container, right?
yes.
And would you agree with me that it would be very difficult to confuse a hopper with a rifle scope, right?
I wouldn't agree with you on that if you're
Okay.
not sure what a rifle is with a scope on it or a
Okay.
paintball gun with a hopper.
Did you happen to go over the report of Coulter Cannon?
I did.
Did you happen to go over uh, or discuss the case with Coulter Cannon?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that when Coulter Cannon came up to the uh, residence of Tammy and Chad Daybell, that he went in the house and looked at one of the Google searches that Tammy was performing prior to the police arriving? Do you remember that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Or did you happen to look at Tammy's email and searches on that computer to determine whether Tammy had looked at anything prior to the police arriving?
Not on her computer, no.
Okay. Were you aware that Officer Cannon walked up to the computer with Garth Daybell and Tammy Daybell and proceeded to look at pictures of paintball guns?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that during the Google search by Tammy Daybell, that she pointed to the actual paintball gun that she saw the gentleman holding that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, were you not aware of that because Coulter Cannon didn't include that information in his report well, not in his first report, right? That wasn't included in his first report, was it?
I didn't read that in his report.
Right. You didn't read it in his supplemental report either when he chose to supplement the report, correct?
Correct.
Now, Judge, previously we had stipulated to the admission of Defense Exhibit 14.
Okay, has it been offered or admitted yet, Mr.
I'm
Pryor?
going to offer it now, Judge, and ask that it be admitted. It was agreed to by stipulation.
Has the state reviewed Exhibit 14?
We have, Your Honor, but if I can be reminded of exactly what it is.
It's the Google,
All right.
it's the
Counselor.
searches, yes.
Well, let's do this. I want to go ahead and that may take a moment. I think it's a logical breaking point for our mid-morning recess. So I'll have the state review the exhibit that's been offered during the break. And let's try and come back on the record here in about 25 minutes or so. So about 10:35.
Thank you, Judge.
All rise. District Court again in session.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We'll have the jurors return to the courtroom, please. Perhaps while we're having the jurors brought in, let's do go on the record, CR 22211623. There was a question on Exhibit 14 and whether or not that would be admitted by stipulation. Did council resolve that?
Your Honor, I have had a chance to review that, and it is data recovered. It's a report referencing data recovered from Tammy Daybell's phone, and the contents of her phone were stipulated to. So we wouldn't have an objection.
Okay, so we'll just go ahead and admit Exhibit 14 once the jurors return, so they hear that.
Judge, I have a picture as well, and the state has a picture of their own. I guess we're gonna play dueling pictures. Mine, I'd like to mark as 14A. I don't know what the state would like to have theirs marked as.
Yes, it was the photo that Mr. Pryor showed us and then didn't actually move for admission of because we hadn't seen it before today. We would not object to the admission of that photo.
Can you use the microphone, please? We just got to get the record of this, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I also just saw their picture today, so I will stipulate to the admission of their picture as well. But mine is 14A if the bailiff wants to.
All right. Are you requesting that the bailiff retrieve that exhibit so it can be marked?
So it can be marked and accepted, Judge, as 14A.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. And we can have the jurors brought in once they're ready.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. The jurors have returned and are properly seated. I'll note the parties were able to review those exhibits and have offered, and at this time the court will admit Defense Exhibit 14 as well as Defendant's Exhibit 14A, both admitted. You can continue with the cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, if we could put the monitor back up with what I was discussing, which I believe was Exhibit 291. Now, officer, prior to taking our break, I think I was talking about the third paragraph down. And would you do me a favor and read the first two sentences of that?
Are you referring to the one where it says?
I think.
Okay. I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, what do you think you were doing? Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top.
Then the next line says, the guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. He stayed there standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I just kept asking him what he thought he was doing. Now, she did say in the sentence, just pointing the gun at me. And we don't know whether ball, but she did use the gun on the sentence, correct?
Yes,
But we don't know whether that was a mistake or whether she just decided not to type the word paintball in, right?
correct.
Right. Okay. Then I just asked him at what point I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door and he didn't step toward me or even say anything. Okay. Okay. So, from what I understand, when she was backing up, then the front of the door is really right next to the garage, right?
If I remember right, yes, it's a little sidewalk up to the garage or
Yeah.
to the main door.
And that sidewalk's probably less than 5 feet, correct?
I can testify to that. I'm
It's a
not sure.
short sidewalk.
Okay.
Though. Well,
I-
not okay. Do you
I can't testify to that.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's adding facts, not in evidence.
That's sustained, and in addition, please don't talk at the same time as each other. Mr. Pryor, wait for a concluded answer before you ask a new question.
Would you agree that it's a short sidewalk from the gate into the yard to the front door?
It is a short sidewalk, but I can't testify to how long it is.
Okay, that's okay. Now, from this description, this person was standing between the door and the garage at the very back of Tammy's, where Tammy's car was backed in, correct?
Yes,
So in other words, that was something that was at relatively close range. Would you agree with me?
yes,
And in that sense, being at such close range, you'd probably get a pretty good look at what type of instrument was being pointed at you. Would you agree with me in that regard?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Would you agree with me in that regard? When it's something that close to you and you're looking at it, you'd be reasonably certain about what you're looking at, correct?
it was in the daylight.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we can all agree that the manufacturers of paintball guns make them in various shapes and sizes, correct?
Yes,
And the manufacturers of these guns get some benefit by making some of these guns look similar to weapons, right? Real weapons.
yes,
And they can make them quite authentic at times, correct?
they can be, yes.
Right. But there is one thing that distinguishes a paintball gun between a real gun, and that is a hopper, correct?
Like you just mentioned before, the manufacturers are coming out with new guns. So yes, a hopper is one, but there's many other ways that paintballs can fit into a rifle without a hopper.
Okay. Okay. So in other words, unless we actually had this weapon in hand, we really don't know which one it is. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. Now, please correct me if I'm making a mistake, but without a suppressor, a AR-15 is a very, very loud gun, isn't it?
yes,
And even with a suppressor, an AR-15 is not silent. It still makes a pretty loud noise, doesn't it?
it depends what kind of ammunition you're using.
Okay. Well, what kind of ammunition was in this gun?
That I don't know.
Well, you don't even know if it was a gun, do you?
I know it was a paintball gun or a rifle that she referred to.
Okay. Okay. But depending on the ammunition, there's still going to be a loud noise, right?
Are you asking with the suppressor on or off?
With the suppressor on, there's still going to be a noise, right?
There will be a noise, but not as loud depending on what
Okay.
ammunition you're using.
Okay. And when you're just several feet from the front door of a house with Garth Daybell and Chad Daybell inside the house, you would think they would have heard a gun if even with a suppressor, you think they would have heard the rifle shoot, right?
Again, it depends on what ammunition is being
Okay.
shot through the gun.
But what we do know and what we're certain of is that when a paintball gun is shot, they can't change the fact that there's a whooshing noise, can they?
There's a popping noise with the clicking,
And a whooshing noise.
whooshing and popping.
Right. Okay. Okay. So when Tammy Daybell in this report talks about the whooshing noise that she heard, sounds like she's describing the whooshing noise from a paintball gun.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Did it sound from this email that Tammy Daybell's describing the whooshing noise of a paintball gun?
She said she heard a clicking and whooshing.
Okay. Okay. Now, we move further down and we talk about where it says the thought crossed my mind to hit him with my clogging shoes. Looked toward the house and yelled, Chad. They ran off around the north side of the house. You see that?
Yes.
Got Dad and Garth. They looked outside, couldn't find them, called the police, reported it. Then she uses the term, they suspect it was a bipolar teenager who lives down the street and walks around a lot, but Matt Price has an even better theory, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's really unclear who they say they suspect it was a bipolar teenager. They don't know if we're talking about the police told them or whether it was Chad and Garth said it was a bipolar teenager. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So when Officer Coulter was on the stand, I had spoken to him about the fact that in his report, he didn't mention anything about a bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood harassing people. Were you aware of that at the time of this offense?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of the fact that there was a bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood? Maybe I want to be careful with my words. Contacting the people in these neighborhoods?
I was not.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not you ever discussed that with Officer Coulter?
I can't recall if I did or not.
Okay. Did you discuss that with any of the other officers who were there at the time of this paintball incident about this bipolar teenager?
I did not.
Okay. Then we go on and we talk about his theory and his theory is that the crazy dog lady brought her husband back to steal the dog again. They had parked on the road and had snuck through the cow fields and he was going to cut through our front yard. So that's a couple of things. Park down the road, cut through the cow fields. Is that the Daybell's cow fields?
I can't testify if that's what she's referring to, because
Okay.
there are a couple others out there.
Yeah, but there are cow fields next door to the Daybells. The Daybells have a pasture behind their property as well, correct?
Yes.
And then they said they were going to cut through our front yard. So that would mean Chad and Tammy's front yard, correct?
Yes.
When I pulled up and startled him, he didn't know what to do. So he panicked and tried to menace me with his not real gun. So at that point, she's pretty clear that she knows it's a not real gun. Would you disagree with that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation as to what Tammy knew.
Sustained.
Well, she put in a,
Objection, Your Honor. Narrative.
Yeah, Mr. Pryor, I ruled on it.
Okay.
So ask a different question.
so after the line that says it was a not real gun and then ran off back across the field, which would explain why he ran across the side of the house. I never heard a car and we couldn't find anywhere. You see that?
Yes.
And then she wrote, it's actually a pretty good theory. You see that?
Yes.
Did you guys interview Regan Price?
We spoke with Regan Price. Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Matt Price?
Yes.
Okay. And did they confirm the fact that someone stole their dog around the close in time to this occurrence?
I'd have to go back to my report. I know we spoke with them after this incident, quite a ways after this.
Okay. But you do know that this this incident with the dog, I believe it occurred on the same day that the paintball gun took place. Is that right?
Yes,
And the issues about the bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood, that was close in time as well, correct?
that was Matt's theory. Yes.
Okay. And then finally, honestly, would you read the word honestly down to the end of the paragraph?
Honestly, I just kept wondering what kind of person walks around with a ski mask on, carrying an empty paintball gun. Bipolar doesn't mean you want to hurt people, so I'm leaning more towards Matt's theory. The guy didn't try to rob me or even really hurt me. On Thursday night, though, I didn't go to Zumba because I quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
So in this particular incident, it's saying that I'm leaning towards Matt's theory. The guy didn't try to rob me, or the guy didn't try to hurt me. So she wasn't threatened by someone holding a paintball gun like a rifle, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and mischaracterizes this email.
Sustained.
And Judge, I need to go back to I'd like to go back to 232B, and I'd like to republish that for the jury, Judge.
All right, we'll have the bailiff provide that to you, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, if we could just wait till I get it brought up. I think I'm ready, Judge. Let's hope.
All right, you may.
Minutes, 20 seconds.
Fremont County Sheriff's Office. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. Okay. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900. Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. Okay. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything, or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Tammy Daybell. Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual. So they're out in the area looking now. Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure it got reported. So, let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name? Is it Joseph Murray? Okay. Yep, it was him. Okay. So, all right. I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
At some point, Judge, I'm also going to need 232.
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm also going to need 232A at some point, but I'd like to discuss 232B. You listened carefully to the 911 call from Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Yes,
Now, she said paintball a number of times during that 911 call, correct?
a couple times, yes.
And then at the end, she said, holding the gun like he was holding a rifle. She never said he was holding a rifle, did she?
I think you just stated it. He was holding a gun like the rifle.
She never said she was holding a rifle, did she?
Objection, Your Honor. The audio speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Okay. There was no discussion about a specific rifle. Was it not the manner in which the gun was being held? That was what we heard?
There's no specific rifle that she named, no.
Okay.
There was no specific rifle that she named.
Okay. Well, she didn't even say it was a rifle, did she?
She said a gun and a rifle.
Well, she said a gun holding like a rifle. Isn't that what she said?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, the audio speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Judge, I should be allowed to go into whether or not the manner in which,
Then replay that section, Mr. Pryor,
Okay.
if you want to make it clear, but to just keep
Okay.
asking on the audio we just listened to is improper.
bailiff, could I have 232 again, please? I think I want A. Thank you. So Judge, again, we'll ask to publish 232A again.
I believe we just published 232B.
Backwards, excuse me.
Okay.
I apologize. I think I'm ready, Judge.
Go ahead.
Second.
Vermont County Sheriff's Office. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. Okay. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900 East? Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
What direction he was going? He went behind my house, and it's so dark out here, and I just went in the house and got my husband and son, and then they went out and looked, and he was long gone by then. Okay. So he was on the north side of my house, is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything, or he just kept like he was holding the gun, like he was, had a rifle and was shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Tammy Daybell. Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now. Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lived diagonal from us that called you guys already. Oh, so okay. Just wanted to make sure it got reported. So, let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name? Is it Joseph Murray? Okay, yep, it was him. Okay. So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly. Okay, thank you. Yep.
We can agree then that the 911 call would speak for itself, right?
Correct. Having a rifle and shooting at her.
Having a rifle and shooting at her.
Having a rifle and pointing at her.
Is that what you heard?
Yes.
Okay, but I guess we can let the jury make a determination about what they heard, right?
Yes.
Now, we previously talked to, and Judge, I'm going to ask to publish 14A.
All right, do you have that with you?
I do, and it's already been admitted and accepted.
Okay, 14A may be published.
Now, officer, you're looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 14A, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a big black round thing on the top of that gun. Do you know what that is?
That's a hopper.
Okay, and it's pretty distinct, right?
Yes.
Pretty clear to identify that it's a hopper on the top of a paintball gun, correct?
Yes.
So if someone is in a situation where they're looking at something and they're clearly able to determine that there's a hopper on the gun, this would be a situation where they'd be able to clearly see that there's a hopper, correct?
If they're clearly able to see that, then
Right.
yes.
Okay. So if someone through their testimony talks about being able to clearly see that there's a hopper on a gun, that's a distinguishing fact, that's a distinguishing feature of a paintball gun. Is that correct?
If they clearly see it, yes.
Yeah, and if they're able to identify the fact that a particular paintball gun has a hopper and they can identify the hopper, it's obviously they saw a hopper, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
But you spoke about it a little earlier where you said they're now designing paintball guns that look like rifles.
Yes.
And they're being very creative in doing that, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I would suggest to you that there are instances where people have manufactured paintball guns to make the scopes on a gun look like a hopper. Correct?
Are you suggesting that to me
Yeah,
or asking?
Yeah,
me?
I'm suggesting that, asking you that.
Possibly.
Possibly. Okay. So if that were one of those special guns where they created a gun that had something on it that looked like a scope, someone could confuse the difference between a scope and a hopper, right?
Yes.
But if someone specifically says they saw a hopper on a gun, there's no,
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to call for speculation.
Sustained.
Clearly, that was a picture of a hopper on the gun, right?
During the day, yes.
Yeah, and you're able to distinguish that very clearly, right?
In the daylight, yes.
Oh, you telling me that there's a difference? You wouldn't be able to tell that in the night on the back of a porch with a light on?
Objection,
Oh.
Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained and strike the answer.
Are you aware of that there are lights on the front of the garage of the Daybell residence?
I was aware on that last call you played that Tammy Daybell said it was dark outside.
Right. But you didn't hear anything about the fact that there were lights out there or that the garage and the driveway was illuminated, right?
I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. I didn't know if I heard an objection or not, Judge, to that.
Withdrawn.
Go ahead.
But you did note that she identified it as a paintball gun, didn't she?
She used that with the rifle and gun.
Okay. And whooshing sound, right?
Correct.
Now, Judge, I believe that Exhibit 16 was previously admitted. If I could have the bailiff bring me Exhibit 16. And Judge, if I could just have a moment, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer, are you aware as part of your investigation that Tammy Daybell sent out a Facebook posting to what she described as the Friends of the Salem Ward? Do you recall looking at something like that?
I remember she sent something out on that, yes.
Okay, okay. You don't have a recollection of what it said though, probably, correct?
Not exactly.
And Judge, could we publish Exhibit 16?
You may.
I have it ready to go, Judge, whenever the clerk is ready. Okay, I don't know if I can expand that or not, Judge. No. Are you able to read that, officer, on your monitor?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Would you read that email for me?
Something really weird just happened and I want you to know so you can watch out. Had gone home and parked him out in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask was suddenly standing by the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, you can stop there. So again, and this email that you said you reviewed was to the Friends of the Salem Third Ward. Do you know what the Salem Third Ward is?
Are you referring to the Facebook or the email?
The Facebook here that was sent out.
Okay. I'm not just a church ward,
Okay,
the Salem Third Ward.
okay. You've heard of that before? You've heard
Yes.
of the Salem Third Ward before?
Well, I'm assuming it's their church they go to out that way.
Okay, you don't know how large of a ward that is or how many members they communicate to, right?
I don't.
Okay, but you do know that she got on there at this point and discussed the incident that took place, correct?
Yes.
And did she ever use the term rifle in this Facebook posting?
No.
Did she ever use the word gun?
No.
But she did use the word paintball gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Judge, I'm done with that. Thank you. And Judge, I have, well, if I could just have a minute again, Judge, I apologize.
It's fine.
Judge, I need the court to advise whether or not Exhibit 15 has been admitted or offered for admission.
We'll check. No.
And I guess I have to pull this out and Judge ask that the court, I think this is by stipulation of the parties. Exhibit 15 has been stipulated by the parties to be admitted, and I'd ask it to be marked and accepted with the court, Exhibit 15.
All right, I'll confirm with the state.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that this is a segment of the data recovered from Tammy Daybell's phone, and the contents of her phone have been stipulated to.
Okay, so exhibit 15 is offered and will be admitted.
Now, before I go into Exhibit 15, Officer, you discussed that you did a lot of discovery and looking at what was the term you used? What?
Geofencing?
Geofencing. And when you're looking at phone records and emails and Facebook postings, sometime there's a reference after the time that indicates the letters UTC. Are you familiar with what UTC means?
I've heard the term, I'm trying to think, I believe it's a couple hours off of certain time zones.
Okay. And are you aware that in Idaho, it's a universal time zone equation that they put together, right? So that the whole world is on the same time zone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Right. And are you aware that Idaho is when there's a UTC, you have to actually subtract 6 hours from the time that's noted on a UTC. Does that sound about right?
I know you had to subtract, I'm not sure if it's 6 hours, but yes, I do know you had to subtract some hours.
Do you have any reason to believe that it's not 6 hours?
No,
Okay, okay. Now, I'd like to go back to the call from Tammy Daybell, and if you don't remember, it's fine. But the call to 911, do you recall what time that call was made? Is
I
there
know-
some kind of report you could refresh your recollection with quickly?
well, I know there was two that came in, one from Joseph Ryan and Tammy. I believe hers was around 9:41.
Okay. Okay, and then hers was 9:41
I believe so.
or 9:51, somewhere in there.
I'm not 100% sure on that, so I guess I can't testify truly on that.
Okay, okay, but it was clearly after 9:30 though.
Objection, Your Honor. The officer just said he couldn't testify to that.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. Judge, I'd like to put up Exhibit 15 for publication.
You may publish.
I'm ready, Judge, whenever the clerk is. I'm showing it, Judge. I'm not sure what.
All right, we'll see if we could get someone to maybe take a look at.
Oh, I think we're there.
Okay.
I just had to wiggle a little. I had to wiggle the cords a little bit. Okay, so can you see that from your screen, officer?
Yes,
Okay. And I would represent to you that this was off of Tammy Daybell's account, stipulated by the parties as a retrieval of her Google searches. Can you read the very first one?
search for a paintball gun,
Okay, and
paintball
then
guns.
we talked about the UTC and well, I guess I suggested it was 6 hours. You didn't really specify, but would you read October, the date of when that was done, that Google search was done?
October 10th, 2019.
Okay, October 10th, 2019. And the time on that, the UTC time would be what?
If it is 6 hours, it would be 9:29,
On the 18th.
correct?
Okay.
On the 10th.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. All right. So the day that this incident took place was what?
October 9th.
Okay. And the UTC, if it goes back 6 hours from AM at 3:29 AM on the 10th, going back 6 hours, wouldn't that put us at 9:30 on the 9th?
Yes,
Okay, so at well, actually, let's
Well-
be clear, 9:29 on the 9th, right?
yes,
Okay, so at 9:29 on the 9th of October, there was a Google search by Tammy Daybell searching out paintball guns, correct?
correct.
Now, I don't remember seeing a discussion with Officer Coulter in his, I guess it was his second report, where he talked about that Tammy Daybell did a Google search on paintball guns.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying.
Did you see that?
Wait. Objection pending, it's sustained.
Did you see a reference in Officer Coulter's second report about Google searches at 9:29 on the 9th of October?
No,
Okay, well. Your previous testimony was that Tammy Daybell made a 911 call sometime 9:41 is what you recalled. But the Google search occurred at 9:29. Is that what you see?
yes,
So what we can gather from that is that Tammy Daybell, after this incident, did a search of paintball guns and then 10 minutes later called 911, right?
yes.
Okay, do you remember what the date of the Facebook posting was when she posted that Facebook?
I do not recall that date.
Okay, and then let's move down a little bit. The next one.
Search for an airsoft guns,
Okay. And again, the time.
October 10th, 2019 at 3:29.
So basically, if we go back to UTC time, we're back at around 9:30 again, right?
Yes,
So her Google searches at that point, and just for everybody's edification, we don't need to go down the other ones because they're not relevant to this, but the first two, the first one was a paintball gun search at 9:29, right?
yes,
Then she looked for an airsoft gun search at 9:29, right?
yes.
Did she ever look for a rifle?
She did not.
Did she ever look at any other shotgun?
She did not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Nobody was there from your agency at the time of this incident with Tammy Daybell and this person. Is that correct? That she was allegedly shot at,
We responded to that,
but nobody was
Yeah.
there when it occurred.
correct.
And in fact, Chad wasn't there either, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you know from the report that Tammy talked about Chad and Garth coming out afterwards, correct?
Yes,
And there's no indication at the time of this occurrence that there was anybody other than a masked man and Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
and in Tammy's email, Chad and Garth.
Well, Chad and Garth were inside the house, right?
Yes,
Okay. So at the time of this alleged shooting, the two people would be a masked man and Tammy Daybell. Would that be fair?
outside of the residence, yes.
Okay. So the best person to determine what type of instrument this was would be one of the people who was there at the time, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Your Honor, may I voir dire a native objection?
Well, just the way that question was phrased, I'm overruling that. It was just of the two. Go ahead and re-ask the question, Mr. Pryor.
The best person to determine what type of instrument that was would have been Tammy Daybell, correct?
One of the
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds,
It calls for speculation. May I have voir dire a native objection?
go ahead.
Detective Kaikamanu, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with Tammy Daybell?
No,
Do you know, did you ever determine her knowledge of firearms?
no,
Do you know her experience with paintball guns?
no,
Do you know her experience with firearms?
no,
So do you know if she'd be able to tell the difference?
no.
Your Honor, I'd object to that. It calls for speculation.
All right, well, I am going to overrule it on the speculation objection, but of course you'll be able to redirect Ms. Blake.
Yeah. So again, you actually corrected me. There are two people there that would know what type of instrument that would do. Two people that would be the best people to identify what kind of instrument, correct?
Correct, one of the two.
Yeah, the person in the ski mask would be one. We don't know who that was, right?
Correct,
And Tammy Daybell.
yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. Officer, or Judge, I'd like to now go through on the Elmo Exhibit 107, if I could.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll allow that to be published. It's already been admitted.
And obviously, during your talk with the prosecuting attorney, this has already been admitted, and you went through that. You recall that, right?
Yes,
Now, as part of your examination, you provided records from Fremont County Sportsman's Club, right?
yes,
And you did the start date of sometime of 10/16, is that right? Is that what you recall?
the start date of,
Of when the documents that you provided to the prosecuting attorney. The first entry on there, it looks to be about 10/16. Am I mistaken?
I'd have to relook at those.
Okay, Judge, could we show this to the witness to refresh his recollection? When you're done, just hand it back. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
And Your Honor, may the state know what's being shown to the witness?
Which exhibit did you just reference?
It's their exhibit of the entries to the visits to the sportsman's, I don't want to misstate the name of the organization, Sportsman's Gun Club.
Thank you.
That is exhibit 390A. I'm sorry, 396A.
Okay, and if I could have that back. Now I'm looking at this exhibit and it appears that it starts on 10/16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, now, did you happen to take the time to look at the entries prior to that time?
Prior to 10/16, yes.
You did.
Yes.
And Alex Cox arrived in Idaho from what what you learned from your investigation about when?
On the 1st of September.
So on the 1st of September, so after arriving, um, as part of your investigation, what did you discover from September 1st to October 15th in terms of the number of times that Alex Cox visited the gun range?
Give those dates one more time.
September 1st we'll just make it October 15th.
So Alex Cox, from my knowledge, was at the gun range in St. Anthony from October 7th to the 16th.
Okay. And you don't have any entries of him being there in September?
Not at the Fremont County gun range, no.
Do you have him at any other gun range in the month of September?
I believe there were some in Rexburg, Idaho.
Okay. And when you say some, that would indicate that there were more than 2 or 3. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So he'd had a habit. You also had an opportunity, correct?
I don't believe on his computer.
You
no.
didn't review any of that?
I reviewed some of the Homer J. Maximus. I'm not sure if that was off of his computer or not.
Okay. But as part of the Homer J. Maximus, are you aware that Alex Cox had been looking at weapons as early as 2017?
I was not aware of that early. No.
Okay. Well, how early were you aware of when he was looking at weapons?
September, October of 2019.
And that's because that's when you went, that was your reference point. September 1st is when you started your reference point, right?
What I looked at, yes.
Yeah. So you didn't really go back and look at all of the searches that Alex Cox conducted prior to September of 2019, right?
I did not.
Okay. Okay. But you are aware that Alex Cox has a history of engaging in the use of guns or other weapons on folks, right?
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Are you aware, and I'll rephrase that, you're aware of the situation regarding Brandon Boudreaux, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that it's alleged that Alex Cox at a long distance shot at Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Alex Cox took a gun and at close range murdered Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that in both of those instances, Chad Daybell has not been criminally implicated in either of those cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Chad Daybell has not been charged in either of those cases. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of any other instances where Alex Cox engaged in conduct towards other people with the use of any kind of a weapon?
Of a firearm?
Any kind of a weapon?
I know that there was an incident with Lori's.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes. All right, thank you, counsel. We took up a evidentiary ruling outside the presence of the jurors. Mr. Pryor, you may continue with your cross-examination.
So we talked a little bit about the fact that you're aware that Alex visited the gun range in September of 2019, right?
Yes,
You're not aware of whether he had visited or went to any gun ranges when he was living in Arizona 6 months prior. You didn't look into that. Is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, officer, on your, this will be tricky. On your Homer J. Maximus, you talked about a number of searches and you recall that, correct?
Yes,
Oops, Judge, this is the Elmo. I'm sorry.
And what is it you're publishing?
Uh,
Okay. This is part of exhibit 107B.
And this talked a little bit about the gun and the distance and everything else, correct?
yes,
And what I'm wondering about is that the first one that says the Grendel drop 100 to 200 yards, correct?
yes,
Okay, now Tammy Daybell's driveway, and you described it as the distance between the end of the desk there and towards this first section here, correct?
yes,
And for a clear record, we're 30 to 40 feet.
sure.
Okay. Now, if we do math and look at 100 yards, how many feet is 100 yards? Do you know?
Well, there's.
I
3
can help
feet,
if you'd
yeah.
like.
Yeah, help me out.
Yeah, me too. I had to look at, no, I didn't have to look it up. It's 3 feet per yard.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I know you weren't, that's not fair. It's 3 feet per yard. Okay, you know
Yes.
that, right? So if we're looking at a Grendel drop, we start at 300 feet, right?
Okay.
And then if we go to 200 yards, we go to 600 feet. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Now, none of those feet distances really apply to Tammy Daybell's driveway, right?
not her driveway.
Okay. And then the 100 yards to 300 yards is the same thing, 300 feet to 900 feet, correct?
Yes,
So obviously what he was looking at this point is the distance on how to put a rifle and the amount of drop after you shoot it, that the bullet drops after a certain distance, right?
yes.
And when was this in October?
This was searched October 8th.
Okay. And, when I looked at this, I was curious, is there any indication that Alex Cox purchased a big game hunting license in October?
That I am unaware of.
Okay. And would you agree with me that October is also hunting season for various big game?
It is hunting season, yes.
Okay. And then he looked at, and you could use a Grendel for a hunting gun, is that correct?
You could, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And if you were to purchase pants and just trying to just conceal yourself while you were out hunting, it wouldn't be inappropriate to buy different various suits to conceal yourself. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay. Oops. I'm grateful to whoever put the tape up there. And then we go to October 10th. How to prepare your AR for cold weather. Now, if you're out shooting and you're out hunting, and I'm not suggesting we use an AR for hunting, but in October, when you're out hunting, that's a cold time to go hunting, isn't it?
yes, it could be cold.
Okay. Okay. And then we talked a little bit about the ghillie suit, and potentially that could be something that could be used as a hunting outfit when you are out in the game hunting, right?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. Well, you can buy those at Sportsman's Warehouse or Cabela's or any of those stores, right?
Yes,
You looked into that and that's where you get them, right?
you can, yes.
Yeah, Sportsman stores for outdoor activities in October, right? Right?
Yes, you can buy them there.
Okay, okay. Okay. Now, what we did is then we looked at a FBI simulation of shooting a 5.56 through car doors and walls. And a 5.56 is a type of a bullet, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that's a specific bullet. And what it appears is there was a search to see what kind of a bullet would go through car doors and walls, correct?
yes,
And then you would also see what kind of caliber under that would penetrate a windshield, correct?
yes,
Now, we know that the allegations about um, Alex Cox is that he took a shot at Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
yes,
And in relation to Lori Vallow, Brandon Boudreaux was Lori Vallow's, no, Melanie Pulowski was Lori Vallow's niece, right?
yes,
And she was married to Brandon Boudreaux.
yes,
So Brandon Boudreaux was the male spouse of Alex Cox's niece, Melanie Pulowski, right? Correct?
yes,
Okay. So Alex Cox took a shot at the male member of the relationship between Melanie, Lori's family, and the male, right?
yes,
And then Alex Cox murdered husband number 4 by taking a gun and shooting him at close range. And that was Lori Vallow's husband number 4, correct?
I'm not sure what husband it was.
Okay. Well, she's had
But-
5, right?
Okay,
Well, do you know that?
I'm not 100% sure on how
Oh,
many
that's
he had.
okay. That's okay. Okay. So, but we do know that Alex Cox is accused of murdering Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, when I go down, you tell before we get that, it would seem that, would you agree with me that it would seem that the searches here, the Google searches, would suggest that Alex Cox is looking at shooting at some sort of a Dodge Dakota vehicle. Would you agree with me?
yes,
And it looks like it wasn't for target practice. It was to do some harm, correct?
I don't know what his intent was, but it's not target practice, I would
Right.
say.
Well, it wouldn't be target practice if you're trying to penetrate a windshield, is it?
No,
And it isn't target practice if you're asking how thick is the 22 gauge steel on a Dodge Dakota, right?
no,
So apparently, what Alex Cox had in mind was to do some harm for whoever is driving a Dodge Dakota, correct?
yes,
Are you aware that Chad Daybell was the one driving the Dodge Dakota?
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Stand.
Are you aware of the 2 vehicles that Chad and Tammy Daybell owned?
I'm aware of a Dodge Dakota that was registered to both of them.
Right. But you don't have any specific information about whether or not it was Chad who was the primary driver of the Dodge Dakota, right?
I don't have any facts that he was the primary driver, no.
Okay, okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you talked a little bit about phone records, right? Or I'm sorry, phone records, Alex's records in terms of his location, right?
On Homer J. Maximus device.
Okay,
yes.
and you looked at that. What was the device that you were reviewing to determine that?
I'm not sure what device that was.
Okay, okay. All right, then we'll save that for another day. Now, Judge, previously, we stipulated and the court entered exhibit number 14. I'd like the court's permission to go over exhibit 14 with the witness.
All right, has that previously been admitted?
Judge, I have it here with a stamp on it. I think we had already established and stipulated to that.
Yes, Your Honor. I think,
Established and stipulated to it, Judge. I'm sorry.
and the state had reviewed this. It's my understanding these are the extracts from Tammy Daybell's phone or contain extracts. I think it's actually a police report referencing those extracts from her phone.
Okay, it's been admitted, so it may be published.
If I could just have a moment, Judge, I'm sorry. Judge, I'm ready when
Your Honor, I hate to do this, but can we briefly approach?
Yes. All right, counsel, before publishing that particular exhibit, we just redacted an identifier mark from that we caught. So you may go ahead and publish when you'd like, Mr. Pryor.
now, officer, on this particular document, I would represent to you that this is one of your reports. On the little bit that you're seeing, do you recognize that?
Yes,
So on March 16th, you received information from Google LERS. What's LERS?
Google Lear's Law Enforcement.
Okay. and you asked for information attached to this, and this was information that you were getting regarding Tammy Daybell's email account. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Did you get the entire email account?
yes,
And did you go through the entire email account?
yes,
And you reviewed all of the emails and you made a determination as to which ones you in particular felt were relevant to this case. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. And then you said after looking at the emails, you didn't include the ones that were significant. And there were photos, emails, chats, the information that I found relevant to the investigation, you see attached here, correct?
yes.
Okay. And then would you read the line that starts in the email folder are chats? Would you read that one for me?
In the email folder are chats between Tammy and Mark while on his mission. Want me to read the whole?
If you would, if you don't mind.
There are also chats between Mark, Tammy, Seth, Garth, and Emma. During some chats, it is very clear that Chad is messaging. In the chats, it is also clear that chats are coming from Tammy's email.
Okay. And then I'll go to the next line saying, looking over the inbox of Tammy's email, it shows, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Let me get a record, right? Looking over the inbox of Tammy's email. It shows the first section as chats, mainly with Mark, while he is on his mission. In the chats, it does not show the time or date when the chats are taking place, right?
Yes,
Okay. Then the line below, why don't you read the line below for me?
while looking over the chats, there are several that lead me to believe Tammy, along with Mark, Emma, Garth, Seth, and Leah, have knowledge of the belief in light and dark people that Chad talked about and believed.
Okay. So what I gather from that is your assessment in the reports that after you reviewed all of the emails and you said you reviewed them all,
Yes,
that's a significant job.
yes,
And in reviewing all of those, you came to the conclusion that the Daybell, Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell, and his 5 children had knowledge of the belief in light and dark people.
yes,
And the light and dark is a religious reference that's mentioned by Chad, right?
yes,
It's mentioned by other people in this case, right?
yes,
It's also mentioned to some extent in predominantly most religions. Would you agree with that?
say that again.
Predominantly in most religions, there's a reference to light and dark, right?
I can't testify that. 'Cause I
Okay.
don't know all the religions.
Okay. And then the religious practice that these folks practice, that Tammy and the children and Chad practices of what faith?
LDS.
Okay. Okay. Then we go on and if you would, I'll take a look at the next one where it says during the chats, Mark's camera was not working and Tammy informed him that his camera was cursed and Dad was removing it, right?
Yes,
Okay. In more chats, Mark asked if anything was found or notable in him when he was body coded. I'm not sure what body coded means. Do you have any knowledge of what being a body or body coded talks about?
no,
Okay. Okay. But it was Mark who was talking about the body coding. Would that be your assessment?
yes,
Okay. And then Tammy responds, you has a lot of weapons, negative chords and curses, plus trapped emotions. We cleared out quite a bit. We'll do that more regularly for you. So second to the last sentence says we cleared it out, right?
yes,
That would you believe that was Tammy and Chad who were clearing out these negative chords and curses?
in this email, yes,
Okay. And then we'll do that more regularly for you. And again, we'll do that more regularly for you. That implies that it was both Tammy and Chad talking about helping them clear out these weapons, right?
yes,
Okay. Then we go down to the next one and it starts with on another chat. Chad said, Mom and I taught 12-year-old Sunday school yesterday. Canyon Scott's actions confirmed he is 4.2 dark. You see that?
Yes,
Do you have any knowledge as to whether Canyon Scott is dead or has been murdered or any investigation into that kind of a matter?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And do you know who Canyon Scott is?
I do not.
Okay. But obviously, it's someone who attends church or attends Sunday school where Chad and Tammy went to their Sunday school, right?
Yes,
So we could presume that it was someone in um, Fremont or Madison County, right?
yes,
Okay. And then it goes on, I will enjoy watching his growth to world terror and domination. And then Emma replies, I like Canyon though. I'll slow down. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The next line is, I will enjoy watching his growth to world terror and domination, right?
yes,
Emma replies, I like Canyon though. Tammy and Chad reply, unfortunately, he's already influencing Will Dowling. Who's Will Dowling? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay. Then Mark goes, I like Jose and I can't pronounce that last name, Ojeda also. Then Mark says, darkness is interesting. And then Tammy and Chad both say, maybe they are influencing you too. They are charming, right?
Yes,
So we don't have any information about Jose Ojeda or anything about him, any criminal activity associated to his demise, right?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Judge, it's 12 o'clock. Judge, it's 12 o'clock. I don't know. This may take a while.
Sure. Let's
It's
go
up
ahead.
to the court.
Yeah, let's
obviously.
take our lunch recess. We try to do that at noon for timing of things, so that'll work out well. We are stopping right here about noon, and we'll try to resume for the testimony.
And Judge, may I leave my stuff up here?
Yeah, we'll secure the courtroom and you can leave that there, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Your Honor.
All right, we Rise. Reports again in session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we can have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, good. Praise all President County for you, Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the lunch recess on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Tylee Daybell. Continuing with cross-examination of Detective Kaya Kamanu. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you may. Yes. What's being published there, counsel?
It's the same as before. I think it's the officer's report, exhibit number 14. We're just going through the same as we did previously.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 14 is
Your Honor.
being published to the jurors. That's okay.
So officer, again, in your report, you noted that these were relevant to your investigation. They're emails from Tammy's email account from someone named Julie Rowe. Is that right?
Yes,
And it looks like the emails are to Tammy. And it says something about support springcreekbooks.com, March 12, 2019. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, so if you would be so kind as to just read from Chad down to Julie for me?
Chad, I met with the state president last night and he has requested we stop publishing all my books. I told him I do not have the rights to the books and that my publisher has those rights. He asked me to contact you to request that we stop publishing. He has asked me to copy him on this email and send him your reply. Yep. He also asked me, he also said he is going to contact your state president, Julie.
Okay. So do you know what a stake president is?
I believe the state president is over the stake of a ward, of the wards.
Okay, and is that, and I'm not familiar with this, but does that mean there's a number of wards or groups that are like neighborhoods? And the stake president overlooks a number of these wards? Is that what it is?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, do you know who the stake president was in this row? You know who Julie Rowe is?
Throughout the investigation, her name came up and also known as a publisher or a book writer.
Right. And she was someone who put on presentations all over the Arizona, Utah, Idaho area about preparedness issues, right?
Yes,
And she published books about that as well, right?
yes.
And is there anything in the indication of your review of the emails why a stake president would inject himself into the publishing of books?
I'm not sure on that.
And then, and again, told Julie Rowe that her stake president is going to contact Chad's stake president,
Correct,
right? Correct?
correct.
Okay. But there's nothing in the other emails that you had to show why a couple of stake presidents would interfere with Chad Daybell publishing his books?
I do not.
Okay, all right, thank you. The next one we're talking about is from Tammy to Mark, and Mark again is Tammy's son, Mark, right?
Yes,
That's the youngest son, if I remember right.
yes,
And the date of this email is March 31st of 2019, correct?
yes.
And it's Tammy writing to her son, Mark. And I'll read. I've got Dad and Garth doing a C to 5K, and then in parentheses, couch to 5K. So would you interpret that to mean that the C would mean couch and the number 2 would mean 2, like TO to 5K? Is that how you would interpret that?
Yes,
And if I understand that correctly, what that would mean is that you're starting from the very beginning of your training and you may be a couch potato, right?
you could say that, yes.
Yeah. And you're starting from the very start of something and you're going to try to do a 5K, right?
Yes,
And it says with me, right?
yes,
So that would imply on March 31st of 2019, we had 3 couch potatoes at the Daybell house.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and misstates the email.
Sustained.
How do you interpret that?
that they just wanted to start working out and getting into shape.
Okay, from couch potato to 5K, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, misstates the evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained, stricken.
Okay. Then it goes on to say, we've done the first week twice because quite frankly, I didn't feel ready to move on to the second week. But it should be good for us. Okay, good for me. I have to say, I admire you for running track. Starting from nothing is not easy. Now, when you see the term starting from nothing is not easy, it's not particular whether we're talking about Tammy starting from nothing or whether it's Mark starting from nothing, right?
Correct,
It's unclear there, correct?
correct.
But then you put in there not the full email. Is there further explanation in there that maybe explains who we're talking about, who's starting from nothing on this couch potato issue?
No, there is not.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that. And then we'll move on. And it's from Tammy to Mark again on April 14th, 2019. I tripped over the duck gate on Saturday and landed hard on my right hand. And the bucket of eggs I was carrying, it hurt so bad, I just lay in the driveway and cried. Then I got up, cleaned up the egg mess with my left hand and went in the house to find Dad. Luckily, I seem to have only bruised it. Of course, Dad blessed it, so it may have been worse. Okay? And there's nothing, what's the evidentiary issue of this?
So during the, excuse me, during the investigation, it was said that Tammy had a hurt wrist
Right.
and that she was taking medication for it. So this goes back to, instead of a possible fainting spell, she had tripped over the duck gate and
Okay.
fell and hurt her wrist. So that was relevant to me putting this in my report.
Okay, thank you. And again, that's not the full email that you provided to us today, right?
It was not.
Okay, and was there any further explanation that as to what caused Tammy to trip?
She tripped over a bucket.
Okay, did she trip because she had a dizzy spell? Did she trip because she had a seizure?
Well, this says I tripped over a duck gate. So she
Okay.
had tripped over a duck gate, causing her to fall.
Okay, so we don't know if it was just she ran into the duck gate or she had some sort of medical condition that caused her to trip over the duck gate though, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. The email speaks for itself and asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't know all of the facts behind what centered around the reason for the trip over the duck gate. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. Again, the message speaks for itself.
I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm just asking whether it was explained, Judge.
Overruled.
In this email, I would just take it as she tripped over something.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you. And then lastly, from Tammy to Mark on April 28th, Dad is in Houston and won't be back until Monday night. So you'll just have to get to talk to me tomorrow. And what's the significance of that?
So on this one, this correlates with some of our other records showing that Chad was in Houston, and that Tammy was home alone.
Okay. Next one was something about, oops. And I don't see. Something that identifies the date, but it was something about a zone conference. Do you know what that was about?
I am not sure on that.
Okay. And then does it seem like your tapeworm medicine worked? Who's talking to who there? Do you know?
I would believe Tammy is emailing and talking with Mark on this one.
Okay. So it's Tammy who's suggesting that there was some tapeworm incident. She was having some sort of malady.
Correct. This might be a continuation of the page before.
Okay.
Possibly.
And the page before would have been this malady with the tapeworm would have been on the 28th of 2019. Would that be fair?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you for clearing that up. Okay. And then she goes on, I guess I should ask you, is that Tammy who said, I haven't slept well since Dad has been gone. I'm hoping to sleep well tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then we're going to June 30th of 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And then let me read this and then I'll talk to you a little bit about that. Another adventure we had this week involves a raccoon. Last year we had skunks. This year a raccoon. We thought stray cats were getting into the cat food, but nope. Garth saw it one night and it was a raccoon. We borrowed a little trap from Matt Price, but when Garth went out to check it that night, the raccoon ran up the tree, by the trap. It was huge. No way it was going to fit in the trap. It was larger than Chase and had really long teeth. Garth kept his flashlight on it and called us in the house. Dad got his gun. He shot it out of the tree, then shot it again as it tried to run across the yard. We now have a raccoon buried in the compost heap. Something else got into a cat food a couple of nights ago, so we borrowed a larger trap from Matt. We didn't catch anything last night, so we'll see if we get anything tonight. If we do catch anything, Matt asked us not to shoot it because he has a friend who will use whatever we catch to train dogs. Joel is, I think that's Nickel, told me they've got a couple of raccoons and skunks they've been trying to trap, and some coyotes have been eating chickens at houses over by Jordan Graham's house. In all, it's been a crazy year with wildlife. Do you see that?
Yes,
And could you identify the date when they're having this crazy year with wildlife?
June 30th, 2019.
Okay, and the allegation with Chad Daybell is that there was an email that the prosecutor has alleged may have a different meaning, but that was September 30th of 2019, correct? September of 2019, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm unaware of what email you're referring
Okay,
to.
well, would it be fair that the allegations are that they discovered JJ and Tylee's body and that they are presuming as part of your investigation that they were buried in Mr. Daybell's property in September of 2019?
Yes,
Okay, and there was some email by Chad Daybell that made mention of a raccoon. You recall that?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Abstain.
So from what I gather, the allegations about the children being buried on Chad Daybell's property was the same year as this email as well, correct?
yes,
And we're on June 30th of 2019. And the allegations against Mr. Daybell relate to around September, sometime in September of 2019, correct?
yes,
So 2.5, 3 months later, there's at least two references about raccoons. Would that be fair?
yes.
Okay. And there's a reference that they buried this raccoon in a compost heap. Where's the compost heap on Mr. Daybell's property? Do you know?
I'm not sure about
Okay.
that.
All right. And then we go on to July 7th of 2019, right?
Yes,
Here is the second raccoon. The first one was shot. Garth said this one is smaller than the first one. I like how the kittens are looking at him too. Okay, and that's from March 7th. And that's also relating to this raccoon issue. Would that be fair?
yes,
Okay. And then we have a picture. Dad has lost a lot of weight. He just doesn't seem to eat much anymore, and he is exercising. You see that, right?
yes.
But above that is a trap. Can you explain, does that look like a trap?
Yes,
And somewhere in the back top of the picture, it looks like there's some sort of raccoon in it. Is that what you see?
that's what I'm trying to see. I
Okay.
see the kittens there.
I do. Okay. And the previous motions made mention of Tammy saying, here's a picture of the second raccoon. It's a smaller one. So
Would you like me to point it out? I just,
you did find it? Go ahead if you.
so it's kind of hard to tell. The raccoon is right there.
Okay. Is that raccoon in the trap?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Then we go down and we have a picture of Chad and Tammy, right?
Yes,
And again, not the full email, but your perception is that there's nothing there that was relevant to this investigation, right?
yes,
Okay, and then does that appear to be the side of the house?
appears to be the back of the house, I believe.
Okay. And from the email, that would be a picture of July 7th of 2019?
I'd have to look at the first page. Yes,
Okay, thank you. August 4th of 2019. Dad is in Arizona. He's speaking to a small group on Sunday night. And at a girls' camp on Monday night, he flies home on Tuesday, right?
Yes,
And that had reference to the August 4th meeting with Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow and all of the ladies who met Sunday at a girls' meeting at Lori Vallow's house. Is that what that was about?
yes, I believe so.
Okay, okay. But that's not the full email, but again, you determined there wasn't any relevance to anything else. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Okay. Then we go on again, and we talk about from Tammy to Mark, again, Tammy Daybell to Mark on September 15th of 2019, right?
yes,
And this was about a month before Tammy passed away. Would that be fair?
close to, yes.
Okay. And she says, this was taken on Saturday. Joe planted potatoes in his garden. I had been sick in bed all day with a really bad cold. But I put on a hat and went over to pose for this picture. So it back to bed after we took it. I'm still sick today. And my nose won't stop running. I will go to work tomorrow though, because I am helping with testing and getting sub work would be more trouble than it was worth, right?
Yes,
Okay. And then there's some mention of continue whining. I burned my arm today when taking some rolls out of the oven, right?
yes,
And the relevance of this is that it was just mentioning that 3 weeks before 3 weeks before Tammy passed away, she was sick for one day and basically was sick the entire next day and just got up and made herself put on a good face and made herself and go back to work, right?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. I don't hear a question there.
Abstain.
She wasn't feeling well that day, right?
correct.
It appears that she was sick the following day, right?
Yes,
She spent a significant amount of time in bed
yes,
and she put on the courage to go to work on Monday, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then the one, your mom came to visit us Friday night and Saturday morning. Under orders from Grandma Cooper, I'll let her tell the story. What's the relevance of that?
So the relevance to that is from Ron Douglas to Mark, which
Okay.
Ron Douglas is Mark's grandpa.
Okay,
Through our investigation, Tammy did not drive very far alone. And so it was important enough for Ron, the grandpa, to email Mark and say, hey, your mom came to visit us, which they live in Utah, which is 3.5 hours away. And she drove all by herself.
okay. And this was October 6th of 2019, right?
Correct.
And you were aware that the reason Tammy Daybell didn't drive by herself is because of some medical concerns about her balance and
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Facts not in evidence. Move to strike.
Abstain.
are you aware that the reason Tammy Daybell didn't drive is because of some medical concerns she had for herself?
No, I am not.
Okay. I went down to Springfield by myself, October 6th. I drove there by myself and then drove home by myself. I'm a big girl now. I can tell you more about this in a bit, right?
Yes,
So by your indications, you're suggesting on October 6th, 13 days before her death, 12 days before her death, that she was able to drive. Is that what this is about?
that's what she's emailing Mark. Yes.
And was there any indication that prior to that time she didn't drive or that she was concerned about driving?
Long distances. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, and this again touches on I think we talked about this previously about the Wednesday during the day with Reagan Price and the person who took her dog. And that leads into what we originally started with. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. And then there's one final email that talks about Matt Price sending audiobooks for Tammy to listen to, right?
yes.
And that was for her trip?
Tammy sent those, I believe, to Matt Price with codes to get into the audio book.
That's right. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, thank you. And if I could just have a minute, Judge, thank you.
You may.
One last area, on the day that you got the call about Tammy's death, you received a call from who again? I'm sorry.
I missed a call from Deputy Greenhalgh.
Okay. But then you said something about you followed up with it later and did have a discussion, or my notes not accurately reflecting?
So I missed that call and called her back about an hour and a half later
Okay.
and spoke with her on that. Yes.
And then she recited the facts about what she observed. Is that right?
She informed me that she was on an unattended death. I went through and asked her if there's anything out of the ordinary, anything suspicious, and she told me there was not.
Okay. So according to Officer Greenell, there was nothing suspicious. Is that right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay. And then according to, did you have a chance to look at Brenda Dye's report as a result of this investigation?
Not the AG's report, no. That
I'm not talking the AG's report. I'm talking about Brenda Dye's diagram and report about this unattended death.
I did not.
Okay. So from your perspective, when Officer Greenall contacted you and advised that there was nothing suspicious about the death, at that point, it did not require you to take any further action. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you're right. Oh, my goodness. Okay, thank you. Wouldn't be able to make it without you. Mhm.
All right, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're gonna, I'm gonna start a little backwards here and start with that last exhibit. You were shown some emails that you'd reviewed in the last exhibit by defense counsel. And there was some indication in there about people being light and dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Through your investigation, did you learn who it was that would label people as light or dark?
Chad Daybell.
You were also shown an email about Chad needing to do some work on Mark's camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the indication was Chad was the one that had to do that work, correct?
Yes.
And I think specifically it referenced the camera was cursed.
Yes.
Mark wasn't at the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mark was on his mission.
Yes.
It was brought up that Chad had labeled some 12-year-olds as dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked if those kids are still alive to the best of your knowledge. Are they?
The best of my knowledge, yes. I hope so.
Were those Lori's minor children?
No.
Were they obstacles to Chad and Lori being together?
No.
There was also an email on March 31st of 2019 where Tammy was talking about getting ready for a 5K. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did that indicate to you that Tammy was active?
It's hard to say active. Working out, you do different things, right? And trying to stay in shape, you do different things. Some people may run to stay in shape. Some people may go lift weights to stay in shape. So that may just have been something different she wanted to try.
Did it indicate to you that Tammy had a desire to at least do something to be active?
Yes.
Then you were shown an email that Tammy sent to Mark on April 28th of 2019 about Chad being in Houston.
Yes.
And can you remind us what the significance of that was?
The significance with that was we have information that Chad had gone there with Lori. And her emailing Mark saying that Chad's in Houston just kind of confirmed that.
And later on in that same email, we see Tammy say, I haven't slept well since dad has been gone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So Tammy indicated she wasn't sleeping well and Chad was in Houston with Lori.
Yes.
Then the next one, there's a couple texts about a raccoon. Do you recall, or not texts, excuse me, a couple emails about a raccoon.
Yes.
And the first one is on June 30th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And in that one, there's mention of having a flashlight.
Yes.
Did it appear that the raccoon was shot at night?
Yes.
Then we see another email on July 7th of 2019 with a image of a raccoon in a trap, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing an email from Tammy to Mark about a raccoon in September of 2019?
I did not.
So Tammy emailed Mark twice about seeing a raccoon, but no messages in September of 2019 to Mark that you recall.
Not on this email, no.
Then you were asked about the message from Tammy to Mark on August 4th of 2019 about Chad being in Arizona. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in the message, Tammy indicates that Chad is at a girls' camp.
Yes.
Was he at a girls' camp?
He was at a conference, I believe, at Melanie's or correction, Lori's house.
So again, he was with Lori on August 4th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you recall when Charles Vallow was killed?
July 11th, 2019.
There was an email also shown that was from Tammy to Mark on September 15th of 2019, where Tammy references having a cold. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And Tammy indicated she was in bed for a few days.
yes,
And that was in September.
yes,
Any similar email message to Mark in October about Tammy being sick?
no,
Then you're asked about some messages on October 6th, one from Ron Douglas to Mark and one from Tammy to Mark about Tammy visiting Springville, Utah. Do you recall those?
yes,
Through your investigation, did you learn anything about Tammy having a medical concern that kept her from driving?
no,
Through your investigation, did you learn who encouraged her to go to Springville that weekend?
yes.
And who was that?
Chad Daybell.
And circling back, Detective, do you recall the email, you've been shown it by both myself and defense counsel, that was from Tammy to Mark about the attempted shooting?
Yes,
And you were asked some questions about Regan Price and Tammy mentioning some things Regan had shared with her about a lady trying to steal Regan's dog. Do you recall that?
yes,
Regan described a lady trying to steal her dog, correct?
yes,
Did Regan ever mention the lady having a firearm?
no,
Did Regan ever mention the lady being dressed all in black?
no,
You were asked quite a bit about the Daybell's driveway. How many driveways are at the Daybell residence?
2,
And you were asked about a longer driveway. Would you consider that the front or back driveway or side driveway?
the back driveway is a very longer driveway compared to the front driveway.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to be handed States Exhibit 291.
Very well.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
And we've looked at this exhibit a couple times, but in that second paragraph, can you see which driveway Tammy came into that day?
She backed into the front driveway.
Is the front driveway that long?
It's, like I discussed earlier, about 2 car lengths.
And then is there a driveway that's even longer than that?
Yes,
And how long is the other driveway car lengths, if you could estimate?
probably about 4 or 5.
So quite a bit longer.
Yes,
And again, were you part of the initial investigation on October 9th of 2019?
I was not.
And again, in that message, put it back up. In that second paragraph, do you see an indication of what time of day this occurred?
9:15.
And that would be referring to PM.
Yes, that's when the call came in around that time.
And again, you're from the Fremont County area. Correct?
Yes,
And October's in Fremont County, about 9 PM. Is it still light out generally?
it's usually getting about dusk.
Do you recall reviewing? Let me back up. Would it surprise you to learn that there was no report by Deputy Cannon where he referenced having searched for paintball guns with Tammy Daybell?
Would it surprise me that there was no search with
That-
that?
That there was no Google search done for paintball guns?
Overruled.
No.
If Deputy Cannon had indicated that he never searched for paintball guns with Tammy Daybell, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, but do you know how familiar Tammy Daybell was with firearms?
I do not know how familiar she was with them.
And council talked about some searches that were done by an email associated with Tammy Daybell regarding a paintball gun and an airsoft gun. Do you recall those?
Yes,
From your review of the October 9th investigation, did Tammy Daybell ever produce any photo saying this is the firearm?
no, she did not.
And yet she didn't do any search for a rifle, did she? That you're aware of?
No,
Are there various type of paintball guns in your experience?
yes,
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to have the witness shown States Exhibit 282.
And Judge, I believe this is the image that we stipulated to council. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor, and I do have a courtesy copy for defense counsel that's now been marked, a courtesy copy for Your Honor and a copy for the court.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
And Detective, have you seen this image before?
yes,
And that top image there, is that the Grendel 6.5 that we've earlier referenced?
yes, it is.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of States Exhibit 282.
Again, Judge, that was by stipulation of the parties, so
All
I
right,
am not having an objection to it.
very well. Without objection, Exhibit 282 is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish.
You may.
And Detective Counsel showed you an image of one type of paintball gun. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that is just one type?
yes,
And you'd indicated that they make paintball guns that look similar to an assault rifle.
yes,
And again, that top image is the firearm that was seized from an apartment associated with Alex Cox. Is that correct?
yes,
And the bottom one, it's marked example. To be clear, this firearm was never located. Is that correct?
that is correct. This was not located.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in that bottom photo?
So this bottom photo right here is a Tipman paintball gun with the Tipman. Yeah. On the top is a hopper. On the back has a collapsible stock. And then your barrel.
And Your Honor, the state would ask to publish States Exhibit 281C that's already been admitted? If
You
I
may
could be
publish.
handed that. And Detective, this is a close-up, again, of the front part of that Grendel 6.5, is that correct?
Yes,
And if the firearm was pointing at someone, this may be a vantage point of what they see.
yes,
And Detective, again, Alex was in the area of the Daybell residence earlier in the day on October 9th, is that correct?
yes,
And then he was also in the area about 2.6 miles away the night before Tammy was pronounced dead, is that correct?
yes,
And counsel talked to you about whooshing and popping sounds from paintball guns. If a gun misfires, will it make a sound?
it depends what kind of misfire or jam it may have.
Are there various sounds that could, would the sound of a AR be muffled or different if it had a silencer on it?
Yes,
And counsel talked to you about Tammy being pretty close to the gun. She describes the gunman as right behind her and she turns around and he's there, correct?
correct,
And we talked earlier about some searches done on the Homer J. Maximus account about a drop.
yes,
If you're sighting your gun, and correct me if I'm using the wrong language here, if you're sighting a gun or trying to adjust it to fire a certain distance, is that different if it's a short distance versus a long distance?
yes,
So if you'd been further away and moved closer, would it be sighted indifferent?
yes, could be.
And counsel talked to you about a bipolar teenager mentioned in the email from Tammy to Mark, correct?
Yes,
Again, from your review of October 9th, were there any reports of a bipolar teenager pointing a paintball gun at anyone?
no, not that I'm aware of.
Any reports of someone other than Tammy Daybell? Any reports of anyone else coming face to face with a masked gunman?
No, not that I'm aware of.
And do you, trying to make sure I'm referencing the correct exhibit. And Your Honor, may I have States Exhibit 291 again, please?
Yes.
And may I also have Defense Exhibit 16? Yes, it is States Exhibit 291 and Defense Exhibit 16. And I guess while I'm at it, I forget the exhibit number, but the second call into dispatch by Tammy Daybell.
Thirty-two B.
232B, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may I have permission to publish Defense Exhibit 16?
Yes.
Your Honor, defense screen just went blank. Oh, sorry, it popped up.
The HDMI does not like my computer.
Judge, if the court would prefer to take a short break now and we could do the early afternoon break.
Well, I think we'll get this sorted out pretty quickly here.
Detective, can I have you look at that first sentence there? And can you read it into the record?
Something really weird just happened, and I want you to know so you can watch out.
Tammy's sending this message out, telling people she wants them to watch out, correct?
Yes.
And Judge, I would now ask to be able to display State's Exhibit 291.
You may.
And at the end of that first big paragraph, do you see where Tammy indicates the scared part came after when my brain thought of other things that could have happened?
Yes.
And on this one, do you see at the end of that full paragraph where she says, I didn't go to Zumba because I quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone?
Yes.
Do those statements indicate someone that was scared by what just happened?
Yes.
And in this one, do you see in that first paragraph where it says the guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun?
Yes,
He was standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. Do you see that?
yes,
Does this indicate more than someone just pointing a gun at someone?
yes, it does.
And do you recall in the dispatch call with Tammy where she talks about the man pointing the gun at her and just shooting? And we can listen to it again. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I don't recall that.
And Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 232B?
Yes.
Mm. 49 minutes, 20 seconds.
It's pretty much funny, sir. Papa. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway. Is it a suspicious person? Yes. Okay, what was he wearing? He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on. And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him? No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house. Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900 East? Yes. Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
Do you know what direction he was going? He went behind my house and it's so dark out there and I went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away. Okay. He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either. So I don't think it was loaded. Okay. What is your name? My name is Tammy Daybell.
I'm going to stop it right there. Did you hear on there where she says holding the gun like he had a rifle and shooting at me, but nothing came out?
Yes, I did.
Does that indicate more than someone just pointing a gun?
Yes, it does.
And counsel talked to you a little bit about some of those searches associated with Homer J. Maximus. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And he talked to you about October being hunting season.
yes,
Would shooting through a windshield or shooting through a Dodge Dakota generally have anything to do with hunting?
no,
Through the investigation, did you become aware that Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector?
yes, I did.
After Alex shot Charles on July 11th of 2019, did Chad and Lori maintain a relationship to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I did.
In fact, we saw in an email, and I think you referenced it, Chad was down there on August 4th, 2019, just maybe about 3 weeks after Charles was shot and killed by Alex Cox.
Yes, he was.
Would that lead you to believe that Chad was scared of Alex Cox?
No,
Lead you to believe Chad was scared of Lori Vallow?
no,
Are you aware of any report taken by Fremont County where Chad Daybell reported that he was scared of anyone?
no, I am not aware.
Are you aware of Chad ever reporting anyone tried to shoot at him?
No,
And again, through the investigation, what was the connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
Chad Daybell.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
Judge, I would like an opportunity to clarify the driveway, and then counsel went on about um, the relationship between Alex and Chad Daybell, and I'd like an opportunity to at least touch on that.
I'll allow some limited recross on those two issues,
Judge.
Mr. Pryor.
Officer Counsel put up the Facebook posting by Tammy Daybell, and it describes the front driveway. Do you recall that?
The Facebook, I don't recall if that said the front driveway.
Judge, could I?
No, in the email, sorry.
That's okay. I'm gonna have to have permission to go get my computer, Judge, and bring up that. May I have permission to go back and get my computer?
Yes.
Exhibit 16. Thank you. My turn now. I'm not ready yet, Judge. I think I'm ready now, Judge.
All right. You can publish that.
Okay, and I apologize. I can't get this to widen on me, Judge, but officer, can you read that if you look at your monitor?
Yes, I can, and it does say the front driveway.
Okay, and I'm sorry we had to go through that with all that time, but I wanted to make sure. And Judge, that's all I have for this.
Okay, thank you.
So there is no dispute that this was the front driveway, correct?
Correct.
And again, the front driveway is a very short driveway compared to the one in the back, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and further, the distance between the front of the house and where the car was backed up, that even shortens the distance even more, correct?
Yes.
And it would be unusual to use a rifle at such close range, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a weapon that you use at close range, correct?
Usually not.
In fact, a rifle is typically used when we're talking about hunting. That's long range, which is consistent with Mr. Cox talking about 100 and 300-yard shots, right?
Sometimes.
And in your experience, if you're really trying to hurt somebody at close range, you would probably use a handgun or a shotgun, right?
Well, I guess I misstated right there.
Okay.
Rifles can be used at close range, close
Okay.
quarter combats,
Okay,
SWAT stuff. So
Okay.
yes, they can be used.
okay. Now, the information you got about the Dodge Dakota, you recall that, right?
Yes.
And you talked about the fact that someone was talking about putting a bullet through the window of a Dodge Dakota?
Yes.
Someone trying to figure out what type of bullet it would take to pierce the side of a Dodge Dakota?
Yes.
Someone who would take what kind of a bullet would pierce the metal or the thickness of the metal on a Dodge Dakota?
Yes.
So it would seem with Mr. Daybell owning a Dodge Dakota, that it seems that at least the target was someone in the Daybell family. Would that be fair?
That'd be fair to say. Yes.
Okay. And with the Homer J. Maximus account, is there any indication that Chad was shared all of the information on Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus account?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Do you have any information to suggest that Mr. Daybell had access to the Homer J. Maximus account?
No, I do not.
Okay. So if Mr. Daybell didn't have access to the information in that account, do you have any other information that Mr. Daybell had knowledge that Alex Cox was looking for a way to shoot a Dodge Dakota that Mr. Daybell owned?
No.
Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude then the testimony of Detective Kaya Kamanu. And he's testified twice now. Is he still, well, he's the case agent, so I don't know if he'll be recalled or not, but Detective, you can go ahead and step down from the witness stand. We'll make sure to retrieve exhibits. I'll have a brief sidebar with counsel to discuss scheduling for today, and we'll take our afternoon recess at this time.
All rise, please. All rise. District Court, you have session.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. And Mr. Bailiff will have the jurors brought in, please.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Freeze off, President County 4 yard.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with the state's case in chief, is the state prepared to call another witness this afternoon?
We are, Your Honor.
Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. We would call Spencer Cook.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, before we start with testimony, I'll just inquire, because the court has its exclusionary order. Mr. Cook, have you been viewing at all any of the testimony in this case on the court's live stream or otherwise in the trial since it started?
No,
All right, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given in the case?
no.
Very well. With that, thank you for your confirmation of that. You can go ahead and inquire on direct, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Spencer Cook, SpencerCook.
And Mr. Cook, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm the technology director at the Sugar Salem School District.
Is that the same school that Tammy Daybell worked at back in 2019?
It is.
What, could you explain to the jury in your role at work, what is it that you do specifically?
As the technology director, I'm in charge of all of the technology throughout the district. So that includes all of the schools from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. And I'm in charge of the data, the anything that plugs into the wall, basically. So projectors, computers, network, security, cameras, email, communications, telephones.
Okay, thank you. And so you mentioned email. What do you have to do with respect to the email for the school?
Well, I maintain and manage the emails, accounts for all of the, employees and students of the district.
When you say manage the email accounts, what does that entail?
Well, we use Google, apps for the, email service, and so I maintain all of the accounts and, make sure that users can log in and make sure they receive emails and send emails.
Do you also manage the email storage?
Do.
Could you explain to the jury what you do with the storage for the email system?
Sure. So we have the front-facing email, Gmail account, and the users log in and out that. That's a completely separate setup that they use. And then I have a archiving server that maintains all email communications in and out from all accounts that we maintain. And that is only accessed by myself.
How long does the school keep emails?
We keep emails for 3 years.
And what about the users? Is there a school policy for how long a user might keep their email?
Users can keep their emails as long as they see fit. There's no limit to the amount of storage that they can keep. So if there's an email that they need that's important, then they're able to keep those emails.
Do you recall back in February of 2021 being contacted by law enforcement with respect to Tammy Daybell's email?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what it was that they requested of you?
They were asking for emails that Tammy had received from anybody and anyone that would send an email to her email account. And they were looking for an email from Charles Vallow on a specific time frame. It was, I think, June 29th, 2019.
Were you able to retrieve that kind of an email?
Yeah, I was able to retrieve it from the archiving server.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has a proposed state's exhibit we've marked as 419, and I believe it's been stipulated that it can be entered. I can offer up 2 copies to the court.
All right, has the defense been able to review 419? Any objection to its admission? Yeah, we'll have you review that first. Okay, so exhibit 419 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have permission to publish with the ELMO?
Yeah, I'll have the bailiff give you the exhibit for publishing.
I believe I'm just waiting for the clerk, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're looking at that again. Is that showing on the jurors monitors? Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, I'd like to call your attention to just the first paragraph of this exhibit. If you want to go, can you see it on your
Can I
screen?
see it on my screen? Yes.
You mentioned an email that you retrieved in Tammy Daybell's email system,
Correct.
and the date again was what?
The June 29th of when the email was
Yes.
retrieved. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to call your attention to the first paragraph if you will, go down to where there's a quote in there with the content of the email. Do you see the quote marks where it says Tammy, my name?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Will you just read the first two full sentences of that, please?
Sure. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and oh, yes, yep. You bet. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. This is your work email, so I'll have to wait to send you the evidence. That is very disturbing.
And can you explain to the jury which email address was this sent to? What was Tammy's email?
Her email address was tdaybell@sugarsalem.com.
And what address did this come from?
It came from an email, charles.vallow@icloud.com.
In your work as the IT manager, can you explain to the jury, were you able to look into whether or not this email had been opened up?
Yeah, we, in the interview with law enforcement, we went into her account and we were able to find the email that was in her deleted folder. And it was there opened, and the email had been the email address from Charles Value, the Charles Value at iCloud.com, had been put into the blocked category inside of Google. So any email that Lori would have, or that Lori, sorry, any email that Charles would have sent would have been blocked, any future emails. So they would not have been received.
When you did your search of the email system, were there any other emails to or from Charles Vallow?
No, they were not.
Your Honor, I don't think I have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination. Okay, so there will be no cross of the witness. Mr. Cook, thank you for coming in and providing your testimony. Is he released from any subpoena from the state,
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense? Okay, well, that will conclude your testimony in the trial. Thank you for appearing today. You can go ahead and step down, and that will conclude your testimony. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 3 o'clock. I had discussed scheduling with counsel. They've got another, well, depending on who they call next, it's an inconvenient time to start with a next witness potentially. There's been a request that we conclude for the day. Let me just confirm from the state, is that still how the state's requesting we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and I know the defense is fine with that as well. So that is going to conclude our trial evidence for today. We'll start again with trial tomorrow. And while the jurors are here, counsel, perhaps we can just give them some indication. Is there some request with your scheduling that tomorrow being Friday that we stop sooner than the mid-afternoon?
The state's fine with that as well. We do have some witnesses coming in from out of town, so we're hoping to be able to get through them rather than hold them over the weekend. But I believe that would most likely just take the morning.
Okay, well, we'll see how things go. So no promises, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that tomorrow may not be a full day through the mid-afternoon. So with that, we will conclude for the day today. And again, as we break for the day, I'll remind the jurors to please follow the court's continuing admonishment to not investigate the case in any way, try to avoid any media coverage of the case, and do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can only do that once deliberations have started. So thank you for continuing to follow that instruction each day. We'll be in recess until tomorrow.
All rise, please.